Hello, 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 everyone. How are all of you? Hopefully, you're all doing well. So, we're going to be doing the first chapter, or basically the build up to the next into the next arc of Final Fantasy 14 here. So, we need to go to more donuts. Dun 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 dun. Dun, dun. Tataru is putting on a pot of tea and looks in need of company. How lovely to see you. If you're not in too much of a rush, I was about to make a pot of tea. Would you like a cup? Take a seat then. I'll find something to nibble on as well. Not too bad. Not too bad. Yourself, Nat Dog? Happy birthday, Nat Dog. I never know what. We'll go with new adventure. Hmm. How to answer that? Sure. What? Was that an actual line you said? I don't remember that. Or is that something new they added? No, I think they did do that. No, no, we're most definitely not ever ready to take on the world. Oh, how dare you still be working on it? Make sure it has pockets. Although I really want, honestly, if I was doing in a world like this, I wouldn't just want pockets. I'd want very hidden pockets. More like hidden spots to hide knives and such things like that. Hmm. Isn't that the truth? No matter what MMO you're playing or RPG, you try to hoard every little thing you can find on yourself or in anything you can find. That's is that Xenos or what? Through the I thought that might have been Xenos, but maybe it's not. No, that's not Xenos. What the? Who's returned? What nonsense are you? What huge travesty are you about to bring about? Ooh, donut. Uh, macaroon or macaroon? Okay. Now that I'm out of the cutscene here, I wanted to ask you this if you're Nath Dog, but I was wondering if you wanted to play some Outriders. At least for me, it would be uh, Sunday morning or Monday morning. It'd basically be this same time. I don't know what time zone you're on. Observe as the artiste refines her piece into a masterpiece. No napping this time. I only need a moment. You'll see. A little more room in the shoulders. Open up the cuffs. A final adjustment to the hem. All done. Let's see how it looks on the mannequin. Well, what do you think? Doesn't just scream ready for a bold new adventure? No, not particularly. I'm so glad you approve. I do like the boots, though. Oh, stop. You'll make me blush. If you really want to thank me, though, all I ask is that you wear this on your travels. Or at least anywhere lots of adventurers might gather. They'll look at you, a famous hero, and wonder, wherever did she purchase those stylish yet practical garments? And before you know it, hordes of new customers will be coming over each other to place orders at the Taru's boutique. Mwahaha! I can hear it now, the merry click clink of gill overflowing from my coffers, sweet music to my ears. Ahem, burgeoning merchant empires aside, you must be excited to start a fresh chapter of your life. New places to go, new people to meet. I often wonder how you remember all your experiences and exploits without taking at least a few notes. Oh, maybe you should start doing that, just that. You never know when some odd past detail might become relevant. Or if one day you'll take a blow to the head and forget the better part of the past decade. Something to keep in mind in any case. Oh. I mean, technically in game, it's only been, I think, 2 years, a year, somewhere right there, and about that time frame. Although for us, it's taken a decade to get to this point. Has some advice to share with us. As the former receptionist and sometimes intelligence gatherer of the Scions, allow me to offer you a word of advice. Do not expect juicy rumors to simply fall into your lap. Adventurers rely on gossip, and the best places to pick up information are taverns and markets. At present, you only have a broad destination in mind. When you arrive in Thavnir, I suggest you explore your options at Marid's Main, the finest drinking establishment in Radzat Han. Charm the employees, and they'll not only point you in the direction of the local tale tellers, but also share with you the tricks for loosening their tongues. Now, I really must be getting back to running my boutique. Enjoy the journey, and may fair fortune find you. Usually the biggest trick, alcohol. Not too much alcohol. Too much alcohol and you can't understand what they're saying. So it's a matter of fine tuning that level of intoxication and friendliness with everything. A little alcohol here, a little alcohol there, and maybe some water here. What I do. Let's see. Welcome to Merid's Main. Oh, hello. I did not recognize you at first. Are you here alone? Let me find you a table. Ruins beneath the bounty? Would you be speaking of the Sunken Treasure Vault? We have one regular historian, in fact, who could tell you all about it. Ah, there he is. Professor Jalheen. I thought I saw him come in. Although a somewhat private sort, the professor is quick to befriend those who share his fondness for the Maine's unique beverages. Offer him any drink from our selection, and he should happily share everything he knows about the vault you seek and a few other odd bits besides. Whatever you buy for him is on the house, by the way. If Maris had found out I took coin from Thavnir's savior, she would have been scrubbing pots for a week. Could be very, very generous. Also very, very stupid. Yes, the following event cannot be skipped. You may wish to cancel any pending duty for vendor registrations. Well, I haven't even started any, so why even? That should be something that checks to make sure see whether or not you're doing that or not, and then goes from there. And what may I do for you, my Orisian friend? And where did you hear such a thing, eh? I suppose I could tell you about it, except the tale is rather long and my throat is so very dry. Here we are, one of Merid's finest. Enjoy. Ah, lovely. Bottoms up. What? I'm hoping it's just perception, but that looks like a very, very large cup. Now, where to begin? Might I assume you've heard of Alsdal? He was Khan of the Ori tribe which sailed to Thavnir from the mainland, and a key figure in the history of Radzat-Han. His decision to aid the Arxidora was what ultimately won them the war against the Gajasara, thus allowing our predecessors to lay the foundation for this thriving city-state. The truly fascinating stories, however, concern his grandson, Alzadal III, who was known for his deeds as a satrap in Radzat Han's earlier days. Some attest that this man traveled to another world entirely and returned with glittering riches. Others that he brokered an alliance with a certain worm of the first brood. Then there is the tale of the Sunken Vault, the one you seem most curious about. According to this legend, Alzdal III claimed a small island somewhere in the middle of the bounty. There he built a structure reaching clear to the bottom of the sea, a deep and secret storehouse, and locked all his worldly wealth within. In the centuries since, whenever a natural disaster or hardship befell Radzat Han, folk would remember that tale of hidden treasure. Hardy souls would set out to claim their fortune, but precious few ever made it home. Would you like to hear more? I have a slight tickle and oh, my cup appears to be empty. Another round for the. Today was a splendid day to visit the main. Where were we? Ah, yes. Those who did return from seeing the treasure vault flatly refused to speak of what they saw. Did this discourage others? Nay, quite the opposite. Such accounts only served to feed the legend, and the golden lore grew stronger than ever before. That reminds me of something Azama was saying. Azama's a fellow connoisseur of spirituous potables. Yes, yes, he is. Anyway, he was saying that one of his uh, 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 went off to the treasure himself. Hasn't been seen since he set sail here, but he did have. No, I can say no more. You seem a generous sort. What kind of man would I be to encourage what is clearly a foolhardy quest? If my word sent you to your death, I could never live with myself. Is that so? Perhaps it's your turn to tell a tale then. What manner of dangers have you faced? The very edge of existence from anyone else? I'd struggle to believe it, but I recognize you now. You're the hero of the final days. A drink, I need another drink to settle my nerves. Meals, more of the same, if you please. As you wish, but this one is on your coin, Professor. I wasn't. I thought maybe you'd gone to sleep or something. So, because I can't remember what time zone you were on. But yeah, if you're up, I mean, I wouldn't get. I can at least try one of those nights to have Outriders up and ready to go. And if you're available, cool. If not, I may end up doing something else. I'd say earlier in the week, but this week's a very, very busy week for me. Anyway, you being who you are, I suppose it wouldn't hurt to share a little more. This friend of Azama's, he was desperate to buy a treasure map, one which showed the way to the entrance of of the vault. Seems he could only get it from some merchant. What's his name? Bah, I forget. Let's drink a toast to you, my new best friend. Milio, more drinkish. You've had enough. It's time for water. On the what? That now I want to drink. What should I drink? Sake, wine, or rum? No, I got other. Let's see. Yeah, I got a couple friends who are in the UK, and it sucks because I don't get to talk to them as much as I'd really like, because my schedule does not exactly line up real great with theirs. Your drink, sir. Ah, marvelous. I'm parched. That was water. Did you tell her to bring me water? That's still probably for the best. Very kind of you, really. My head will certainly thank you in the morning. I seem to have overindulged. I am put in mind of the words of Master Jalzan. Be wary how much of the drink you swallow, lest it swallow you. Forgive me. I will subject you to no more of these uh, unseemly antics. If you want to speak with Azama, well, as I said, we share a taste for the main spine of spirits. He probably came in as we were talking. I wish you fortune in finding your fortune. But yeah, I've been kind of having a hankering for about the last couple of days for some outriders. It's just like, when do I have time to put it to try and get some people in? Because I think for the most part, everything that I have to do at this point is basically relying on playing with others. You're on go. Yeah, enjoy the rest of your stream as well, or not your stream, but enjoy the rest of your day there, Nath Dog. Get some sleep when you if you haven't already, and have a good day. Yes, I'm Azama, and who might you be? All true, I'm afraid. My friend took a ship out in search of Alzadal's legacy, and I've been watching for the sales ever since. I tried to dissuade him, of course, but he refused to listen. All he talked about was finding that vault. And that look in his eyes, I knew it wasn't common gold or jewels he lusted after. He was hunting Alzadal's third's otherworldly hoard, and his ambition would not be denied. I see it in you too, that appetite for the mysterious and the unknown. But I'll not attempt to turn you from your path. I know too well the futility of that endeavor. So I'll tell you what my friend told me. How I convinced the merchant in the bazaar to give him the rough location of the vault's entrance. It seems this merchant, one Zashal, I believe, is selling a map which shows the exact route. But my friend's purse was too light for its exorbitant price. Okay, thanks, Nathdog. Within those ruins hides the path to the vault deep below. If you truly intend on seeking Ozadal's treasure, I suggest you put your affairs in order. I wish things were different, but I do not believe my friend is ever coming home. Watch me. Honestly, if it was a real map, why isn't he going getting it himself? Sidiot is horrible at negotiation. When am I not? Yeah, we're coming to acquire that ourselves, too. Really didn't find him taken for a treasure hunter at all. I think that was not the case. Of course. Of course we are. Not offering to pay for anything, but of course. You'll recall I spoke of visiting Thavnir at Viertra's request. Well, he finally invited me to a feast and made his proposal once I was too full of Hainish delights to refuse. He wishes me to train the Radiant Host in lance work. But that is a tale for another time. What we need now is a merchant or a trawler with a ship fit for the open seas. Matsuya is a fisherman by trade, yes? We should head to Akiali and see if he can help us. Ooh, that could be him training the Radiant Host here. That'd make them a pretty good force to fight off any threats with. Oh yeah, I've not unlocked flight here, so my friend, what brings you to our humble village? So you need a seaworthy vessel to seek these ruins. Considering it was your deeds which allowed us to return to fishing, I should think everyone would be glad for a chance to repay the favor. Wait here, and I will have a boat stocked and ready for you in no time. Have you noticed our little shadow? He's been following us since we left the city. We see you there, boy. Show yourself. Ah, it is you. Do you know how far out of your way we walked so that you'd not cross paths with some wild beast? I'm sorry, sir, but you aren't the heroes who saved Thavnir. But aren't you the heroes who saved Thavnir? You are. I know you are. And I've gone and cheated you. I work with Zushal, you see. The map merchant. It's my job to play the pleading orphan and convince the crowd his wares are worth the price he asks. I'm ashamed of what I've done and beg for your forgiveness. If not for you, my sister and I would never have, well, we'd be... Enough, I knew your game, and I paid the price willingly. A fortunate purchase, as it turns out, for my friend here was seeking those very ruins. You're kind to overlook the wrong I have done you, but there's more you need to know. The map you bought is very real, as is the island it shows. I heard Zashal selling the information to another customer. He told that man where he needed to search, but about the ruins, about the vault, about everything. Then the man set out to find his fortune, never to return. You cannot go alone to that place. You should have my friends with you, maybe even a whole army. I do not doubt the ruins hold danger, but I assure you, between the two of us, there is little we cannot overcome. Please, I cannot bear the thought of that we could. And assuming we do find this treasure hoard, it may prove wise to have more hands along for the carrying. Any ideas on whom to approach? The Scions have scattered far and wide since our last gathering. Ishtola? Her Majesty would be a welcome addition, aye, but I'm loath to interrupt her research. Maybe we could ask a less prickly companion. Also, if you're any less prickly. Ah, Crow may have her hands full rebuilding the students, but if we reach out to Raha, he would surely leap at the invitation. Will that set your mind at ease? Yes, that man is as strong as you. Is he, though? Strong, I mean? Eh. What is your name, boy? Marad, sir. Well, Marad, your life is yours to live as you will, but I suggest you find a more honest trade if you truly wish to keep your sister safe. I'm not proud of what I do. What choice do I have? We need to eat, and everyone's too busy rebuilding their own lives to bother with two grubby orphans. Wait, boy. I didn't take this roundabout road just to see you end up in some creature's belly. Let me walk you back to the city gates. Thank you, sir. Call me Estinian. Estinian is ready to escort Marad to safety. I shall leave you to recruit Raha. He'll appreciate the invitation that much more, I'm sure. As I recall, he was based at the annex. Someone there might be able to point you in the right direction. Let us be off too. Marad, do me a favor and don't stray from the path. Next video, I'm grabbing a drink. My throat is, as we should say, parched. Ugh. Oh, look who it is. Welcome back. What might the students do for you? Raha, yes, he's in the main hall with Mistress Cryo. They've been holed up in there for days. By all means, go and give them an excuse to take a break. Not this Ojika. Let's see here. Nope, that's. We'll go with this one. Okay. Dun, 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 dun. Na, 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 na. Sleeping on a stack of books. Oh, how glorious would that be? Uh, that worried me for a moment. Yes. soon as you're ready. Okay. Let's see. Aporia. Yes, descend to the lower levels. Yeah. But we do. No, never. Sorry, just looking over the patch notes here real quick. Oh, well, they added a few things. Not a whole lot to be. Maybe we'll get around to actually playing through it, but I send you to recruit Raha and you return with an entire survey party. I hope Matsu's boat is sturdy enough to carry us all. Well, what he means is we are grateful for the use of one of your precious fishing vessels. We are more than glad for the chance to provide it. I only ask that you take care to steer clear of the reefs and the shallows there. I will keep an eye out. Stoll is intrigued by the legend of Alzdal III. Alzdal III. I confess I am somewhat embarrassed that the tale of this journey to another world escaped my notice. Could it be more than simple folklore? And what the treasure he supposedly brought back? This undersea vault may hold relics from another reflection. My friends, we should temper our expectations. The map doth promise ruins, but beyond that we know not what we will find. Not until we find it, aye. So let us dispense with the conjecture and set sail for the vault. $560. Well, shit. Let's see what we can do about getting there. I don't want to break up that new look, not with just crappy vendor bought gear. Okay. What about cheap jewelry? Some rings, maybe. Ah! Ah. So a ring or an earring? Earring is 217. Ring is 346. So we'll go with the earring. Because it's the cheaper option. There we go. and instantly queue into it. Awesome. Two of us look like we might have come from Bloodborne, one from Elden Ring, and the other is just like, what? Oh, the fuck is this thing? I didn't get out of there fast enough. There we go. Uh, Armored chariot. Turn back, treasure seeker, or this vault will be your tomb. I almost missed the ones that were going to fire behind me. Ooh, fancy treasure room. Need many people to carry all this shit out. Looming Warden. Capicula. Oh. Oh. No, everyone just left after we're done. Okay. What kind of weird looking thing is that? Sealing what away? Maybe we don't want it to be sealed away. It's a hole to another dimension or world, is my guess. Isn't that kind of what the elegance did in the Crystal Tower that we went through and shot? Void gates and fissures are much the same thing in practice, in the sense that both allow passage between the source and the 13th. The difference in terminology refers to the circumstances of their creation. A fissure is an incidental tear in the fabric between worlds, whereas a void gate is the product of deliberate action. I suspect this is the latter, judging by the elaborate mechanism put in place to control it. To think that our search for material riches would lead us to this priceless discovery. That swirling emptiness, it puts me in mind of of old friends, not to mention old foes. Ishul is appraising the void gate with a scholarly eye. Remember when Nero turned purple? You opened your big dumb mouth. Usually forgetting's not that easy of a thing to do. So they managed not only to expand the fissure, but also manipulate it as one might a gate. Astonishing. Is there any chance I could learn more of how this feat was accomplished? I will tell you what I can. First, however, I must return to the High Crucible and arrange to replace the guardians you see so handily destroyed. It will not do to leave the gate undefended. My apologies. We're perhaps a touch zealous in our rush to uncover the vault's secrets. If the constructs can be repaired, we would be happy to offer our assistance. That will not be necessary. Much as I retain spare vessels for myself, we keep duplicate guards on hand for such eventualities. In any case, we should return to Radzatan. Hmm. Oh yes, I need to draw a card because for Insane Cloud John's raid from the other day. So for his raid, yeah, we got a menu to put into our scrapbook here. Oh, that's our over there. Going in the wrong direction. I promise we will discuss the Void Gate further, but first I must attend to the matter of the Vault's Sentinels. As your instruments have no doubt informed you, the Kapakulu has been reduced to so much scrap. Please bring a new one out of storage and see that it is conveyed to its post along with some few lesser constructs. Was it tomb robbers? Friends born of the Tower of Zot? By the sisters, do not tell me a blasphemy would get rooms free. It was me. No one wants to take blame for this. Why such guilty faces? Surely it isn't you who are responsible for this. Oh. Well, the details aren't important. I shall see it done immediately. And with that, the vault will soon be secure once more. Now, I believe you had questions? Quite a few, in fact, but I'd like to begin with the gate itself. It is still functional, yes? Indeed, which is why I saw it sealed with an alchemical forged lock and warded it with my magics. Such power must not fall into the wrong hands. In truth, the primary reason for the vault's construction was to keep the gate hidden from the outside world. So much effort for such a little door. That little door you speak of leads to an abyss teeming with unspeakable horrors. That said, in its current state, it would admit only the lowliest of voidsent, and from this side, no man would be able to pass through. No man. I should think Alphno would fit, given a firm enough push. Physical size is only one consideration. The true restriction hinges upon the etheric density of the soul in transit. And yet you succeed in expanding the diminutive portal and sending your simulacrum to the 13th. Thanks to my brilliant alchemists, I should have destroyed the anomaly when I found it, but instead I bade them devise a means to control it. After much experimentation, they accomplished the impossible. A method was conceived by which my magics could manipulate the fissure and transform it into a serviceable gate. But the process has long since been forgotten. Once I had given up searching for Asjaya, there was no need to preserve such esoteric and dangerous knowledge. Thus has the gate lain dormant for years uncounted. Our own passage to the 13th was made relatively simple thanks to the Crystal Tower. An ancient mechanism channeled the tower's vast sources of energy to open a void gate, one bound to a covenant made with the clouds of darkness. Once that sovereignty was beaten back, however, the covenant was broken, the doorway severed from its connection to the void. Theoretically, it should be possible to reconnect the gate before forging a new pact with another voidsent. But such deals usually end in betrayal and death. You seem to have struck a bargain of your own. Though it serves you well in battle, be aware that the beneficial nature of your arrangement is the exception which proves the rule. In any case, we should attempt to gain an understanding of the Bounty Gate. Mayhap you could resume the search for your sister? As I have already explained, I put those futile hopes to rest centuries ago. My place, and my duty, is here now. I had meant to ask, what prompted you to search for the vault in the first place? As you have seen, the fabulous wealth from the stories is quite real, if not its rumored origin. I'm afraid I must assert a prior claim. As I've been adding to that trove for years, little by little, but the time has come to spend it, that I might alleviate my people's suffering. Then we are of one mind. We had no intention of taking it for ourselves. Isn't that right, my friend? Speak for yourself. Your Excellency, would you object if I were to conduct a closer examination of the gate? I will make no attempt to open it, of course. I owe you and yours a debt that can never be repaid. Whatever boon you ask of me, you shall have it. You are most gracious. I shall take full advantage of your permission. Would that I could join thee in thy study, but the Luperates would be anxious to receive my report. I beg my leave of you. And I must be off to Charlian as well. Mistress Crow was eager to speak with you about that request, so please come back in the annex as soon as you are able. Farewell for now. We can discuss my findings once I return. You'll not be rid of me so easily. The difficult part in all this will be deciding how best to put these riches to use. Will you lend me your assistance in these deliberations? Thank you. And we're in this together. I will follow her example. Meanwhile, I sensed the breaching of a gate, but it was not instigated from this side. 'Twas thrown open from the other. I too felt it. A rare occurrence, yes, but such a tiny portal is beneath our notice. There are many more pressing matters at hand. An opportunity is upon us, the coming of which we have waited for nigh on 10,000 years. We dare not let it slip our grasp. Why does it look so bad? Yet we must not underestimate she who bested the cloud of darkness. Ever restrained by a covenant, the cloud was no feeble wisp to be dispersed by some flesh and blood mortal. Bah, let her come. I will drown the world and watch this flesh and gasp for breath in her final moments. There we go. That's starting to look better. Your zeal is admirable, but forget not our cause. Think back on our struggles beneath this sunless sky. Remember why we cede not our will to fight. 'Tis time we set the war in motion and win redemption for our star. Sean wishes to discuss with you the distribution of the treasure. Shall we begin? If we are to spend the treasure wisely, then we must first determine which groups would benefit most from monetary assistance. Some of my citizens may find it intimidating to speak with the satrap directly, so I'd ask that you act in my stead. You are to visit Alkiali and Yilmad, speak with Matsya and his people, and listen to their grievances. As Sinian, I bid you to do the same at Palaka's Sand. I will be conducting my own inquiries at the Giant Skull grounds. Once you believe you have ascertained the needs of the populace, we can reconvene at Megaduda. Wait, wrong way. Oh, wait, I need to teleport. Why am I not doing that? Oh, I was so glad to see you had returned unharmed. You finished with the boat then? Anything the village desperately needs. Well, I suppose Kalzal's loss hit us the hardest. I've been trying to find buyers for my fish, but although I sell a few here and there, it's still much more difficult than it was before. Everyone's still struggling to rebuild their lives. For now, we're just banding together as best we can. Greetings and welcome, traveler. If this is your first visit to Thavnair, then you must try my special Amarlas. Its refreshing zest cannot be beat. What could such a wonder cost, you wonder? I normally part with 3 bottles for the generous price of 19,800 gil, but for you, I'm willing to go as low as an even 10,000. You'd be practically stealing from me. Times are harsh, my friend. The world may no longer be on fire, but we are still sifting through the ashes, so to speak. Sister, spare me. We might as well have that ugly tower back for the scant few travelers we see these days. I myself barely have the coin to buy at local prices, I tell you. If I didn't charge the odd adventurer a small fortune for afternoon tea, I'd be scavenging for scraps in the street. Well, considering how much us adventurers usually have, you're not really overcharging us. How fares the port? Well, it's in shambles, isn't it? The trade routes are open once more now that the danger is past, certainly. But no small number of merchants have had to sell their ships to make ends meet in the short term. Add to that the sailors we lost in the final days, and it's little wonder the flow of exports is no more than a pitiful trickle. If Cosmo and his consortium were still with us, I'm sure he'd have found a way to turn our fortunes around. Now that was a man who got things done, God's rest his soul. Ah, my advisor's return. I've just made it back myself. Why do you retain this vessel now that your true form is known? You could have flown across the island in a fraction of the time. Be that as it may, the sight of a massive creature descending from the sky can be startling to say the least, and there are few places I can enter comfortably without risk of flattening some cart or stall. Fair enough. As for my inquiries, the people of Palaka's stand were unanimous in their reply. They are surviving. Resources were stretched to the limit when refugees were pouring in, but they persevered with some assistance from Yidlamad. From what I understand, they have always been an independent community, hunters and foragers and the like, and I was assured that the jungle provides for their needs for the most part. Palaka's stand has weathered the disaster better than most, it seems. I myself heard good news and bad. The quarrymen were cautiously optimistic, having just sold a full wagon of giant's gold to a foreign trader. But such visitors are few and far between compared to our best years. The weight of stone leaving Thavnir has been light indeed. Our nation is small and isolated, its prosperity dependent on a steady stream of exports. We must identify any obstacles to the flow of trade so we may begin working to remove them. Tell me, what did you learn in Okyali and Yidlamad? I see, without a dedicated buyer, the average fisherman must struggle to offload his daily catch. Which is why I believe we should first address the lack of ships and shortage of able-bodied sailors in Yidlamad. I reminded of a child I spied as I made my way back to this palace. His father lost at sea when the beasts sunk their vessel. So many variations of the same tragic tale repeated over and over. So many lives lost. Enough grief to drown in if we let ourselves be overcome, but we will not. But we will not. I will consider the perspectives you've brought to me and devise a plan to help my people confront this adversity. Come, I'd like you to be in attendance when I announce the proposal to my assembled functionaries. It takes a village. I don't go looking to me. I suck at that. The veteran Radiant wishes to share his gratitude. Thank you for putting forth Kazal's name. Those whose lives he enriched will take comfort in seeing his legacy honored. You'll forgive me for not speaking sooner, but I bear a message from Archon Ishtola. She asks that you meet her at the High Crucible at your earliest convenience. Understood. Thank you. Ishtola must have finished her study of the Void Gate. Shall we hear what she has to say then? I will go with you. I thought the satrap would be too busy setting up the foundation. My clerks have been the well-oiled cogs of this administration since before Awan assumed the office. They understand what needs to be done, and I am curious to learn what conclusions your Archon has reached concerning the gate's unique construction. As you wish, allow me to lead the way, Your Excellency. So far, this part's kind of eh, but it's got to be. There's got to be more to this. It's got to be building a stage for something. Yeah, true. There, come on. Got me in. That's probably a mistake. Well, there's no guarantees on that with this. That sounds suspicious. Of course. Ozzy, you should do whatever you feel is right. If we're to enter Numenon's restricted archives with a minimum of fuss, then we must secure the permission of the Forum. First, however, we shall need to enlist the cooperation of a member to broach the matter on our behalf. Who do you think might be inclined to assist us? No one springs to mind? What of Scholar Montache? He did come to Raha's defense during the inquiry, after all. 'Tis settled. Let us head to Phenomenon and see if he's willing to help us once more. One talking point on our way in. Okay. I apprenticed to Master Matoya at the age of 7 and labored under her tutelage for a full decade. I never had a chance to attend the studium. Neither did Thancred, as I recall. Soon after Master Louis Swallow took him all in off the streets, he was put in care of another Archon. His was rigorous and practical education in the arts of espionage and survival. I sometimes wonder what my life might have been like had I pursued studies here instead. Oh, that does sound lovely. Afternoons with friends spent sipping tea and debating theories. Still, I won't give up my time with Master Bertoya for the world. The tin cave I studied in was about as far from the bright, airy halls of academia as one could get, but it was a wondrous, magical childhood nonetheless. It sounds both wonderful and miserable at the same time. Ah, visitors, and quite esteemed ones at that. What may I do for you? Pray forgive the intrusion, Scholark. But we were hoping you might help us secure permission to enter Numenon's restricted archives. No further forays into the stacks this time, eh? I applaud this newfound sense of propriety, yet in all this wide world of comparative serenity, what so compels you to disturb a vault of forbidden wisdom? Fascinating. I had no idea such a technique existed. I would have been surprised if you had, if my assumption is correct. The research left behind by House Tamir has lain dormant in Charlene's archives for many centuries. And if you unearth this research, what then? Surely you don't intend to cross over into the void. That is in fact precisely what we intend. To what end, pray tell? To develop a method of traversing the rift, for one, that I might keep my word to a distant friend. Sentiment aside, I have journeyed to the end of existence. I have heard, felt, and thought endlessly about the truth of our world, and the echo of its future. And yet I want to understand everything, to unravel it all down to its very last secret. What scholar worthy of the name wouldn't force open a Void Gate or two if a grand revelation was the promised reward? Marvelous. An audacious proposal worthy of Master Matoya herself. After hearing the whys and the wherefores, I, for one, do not believe you would use the knowledge for ill. I see no reason not to present your request for the forum's consideration. Although, your petition would be better received if you also had the support of another well-placed acquaintance. Why, Master Foshino, of course. He can hardly ignore an earnest request from his dear children's most treasured comrades. I was hesitant to approach him directly, but there is no denying that having Master Foshino on our side would tip the balance in our favor. Very well, we will pay a visit to the Levelet estate and plead our case. One last thing before you go. I would consider it a personal favor if you might share with me the discoveries you make in the void. My appetite for knowledge is every bit as insatiable as yours. I'd wager so if you could see your way to indulging an old man's curiosity. Of course, Scholark, we'll be sure to pass on any revelations. Doesn't look like there's any talking points along the way, so we can just head straight there. See, this is how to build a city. Build big buildings, probably build down, below, build up, and leave lots of green in between. I mean, I'm not great much for the structural style that they're using, but I mean, the general idea of preserving nature inside your city, that I can get behind. I mean, there's so much we could do if we would stop going spreading out as a civilization and started building deeper and building higher. Not only that, we can the technology's out there to turn our roofs and our walls into living gardens and better beautify the buildings, renewable resources, and all that. Ah, Illusion Ishtola, how may I be of service? We've come to speak with Master Fortuno. Is he home by any chance? Yes, the master is in residence. I shall inform him that he has guests. Richie McRicherson and his butler. Well, well, Emelians would invite you inside for tea, but I assume this is not a social visit. You have some matter of import to discuss? Oh, and I've had my camera off for a while. Let's fix that. Then pray proceed. You have my full attention. Nope, that's not what I meant to... There we go. Then pray proceed. You have my full attention. Well, I suppose I should praise you for following the proper protocols this time around. Scholar Montache expressed much the same sentiment. I assure you, will not attempt to circumvent the forum's authority again, unless it's absolutely necessary, of course. Of course. You do understand that the restrictive archives are restricted for good reason, yes? If no pressing need exists, then why risk the consequences of employing this forbidden knowledge? For a brother who misses his sister, she was his guardian and his friend. A selfless hero who crossed the rift between worlds to save her homeland from horror and suffering. But the brother has given up on thoughts of reunion. He spends his efforts elsewhere, watching over a people yet healing from the flames of the final days. Loyal to his duty while betraying the longing in his heart. 'Tis no vital mission, perhaps, reuniting these siblings, but it feels a worthy cause to pursue all the same. As one who feared losing his own loved ones and spent years in research to prevent it, surely you appreciate how painful such a separation must be. Reflections are still very much a mystery to us. Offering to share your experiences in the first should constitute a fair exchange for our cooperation. Do not celebrate just yet. The forum must still be convinced. I will add your request to the list of today's deliberations and deliver the decision to you at the Bodejan Annex. Excuse me? So, what did the forum decide? To put it bluntly, Master Montoya has burned some bridges here in Charlian, and salted the earth for good measure. When it became clear that our student was the petitioner in question, well, no few members voiced their discontent. Then the chamber was reminded in no uncertain terms, I might add, of the incredible debt we owe to you and your companions. That served to silence the grumbles and stiffen a few spines, and it was agreed that allowing you entry to the archives was the least we could do in return. That is wonderful news. Thank you both for speaking on our behalf. Yes, well, as I'm sure you are aware, this permission was not extended lightly. Forbidden knowledge is to be treated with the utmost caution, and there will be repercussions if it is not. I wish you well in your endeavor, and bid you good day. Ever the same, that one. Uncompromising, aye, but that very stoicism exactly what Charlie needed to guide it through. Not one, but two exoduses. That went rather well, I think. As a child, I dreamed up any number of schemes for getting my hands on those forbidden tomes, and now I can simply walk in through the door? Our focus will be on finding House Demir's research notes, of course, but the thought of so much knowledge at my disposal has me feeling a little giddy. Montaigne is waiting to offer you further instructions. You'll be heading directly to the archives from here, I presume. You presume correctly. Then you'll want to speak with the index page when you arrive. It's instructed to grant you access to the restricted section. Excellent. Once again, we thank you for all your help. Oh, it was my pleasure. Believe me, may you find the knowledge you seek. Shall we? Talking point at the front door, it looks like. Oh, let's go see what we can find in the restricted section. Honestly, I very much find at times displeasure in the idea of any book being put into any kind of forbidden section. To think the set of instructions I laughingly imagine may actually exist, but yalms away from where you found me napping. If I had known of Alzadal Third's exploit sooner, I could well have saved myself days of research. Even a children's book might have pointed me in the right direction. To achieve the impossible, one must needs be flexible, of mind, and look beyond conventional wisdom. A lesson I had already learned, but clearly not taken to heart. Archon Ishtala and guests identified. Do you wish to proceed into the restricted archives? Yes, we do. Follow me if you would. Watch your step. And please note that the use of naked flames is discouraged. Oh, so many books. Start with this untitled journal here. So what this has to say. That's about, yeah. following pages detail an advanced method for manipulating rift-spanning apertures as devised by the Nuashan, the ninth patriarch of House Demir. So we found what we were looking for. Have something you'd like to show me, do you? My apologies, I flipped open but a single book and was completely absorbed by the contents. It's going good. We are into patch 6.1. So nearly caught up on the main storyline quest. Well done. I think you may have found our prize. It's actually when endwalker was really good. It actually became my favorite expansion, beating out Stormblood. Yeah. Oh wait, I still have sake in my cup. Why am I trying to pour more sake? Maybe you can try and become a librarian for the area. Maybe they might grant you that if you ask nicely enough. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily put it as extremely likely, but you could. As much as I would love to start crafting the Atomus, I'm afraid this is far outside my field of expertise. Fortunately, we know a Hainish alchemist who would be delighted to involve herself in our House Demir project. Our business here is concluded for the moment. Please pass on our regards to the forum. Your message will be conveyed. Should you wish to indulge more forbidden literature, I will be here. Patron mode disabled, security mode engaged. If anyone can help us, Nidhana can. I say we return to Thavnir and look for her at the great work. But, I mean, I still prefer the look of Stormblood to the general look of everything in Endwalker. But story-wise, this has become my favorite expansion of, well, honestly, probably any MMO I've played over the years. Though, to be fair, except for Heavensward, um, pretty much the storyline of all the Final Fantasy XIV expansions have beat anything I've seen done in any MMO, storyline wise. Heavensward, unfortunately, probably the worst expansion by far. I mean, Shadowbringers was okay, but its lack of any Hildebrand quests really kind of hurt it for me. But I will give it credit; it had an excellent storyline. It looked good. Wait, why do I have that open? I mean, Lord of the Rings Online had some excellent expansions and some bad ones. While I just could never get into that game, the writing just entirely bad. It's like I feel because I say this a lot about DC, and I know people just absolutely love DC comics, but for the most part, most of the writers, I don't know what the fuck they're thinking. It's like, really? I mean, I don't give a shit what words anyone puts into anything. I mean, that's great and all. I more often than not will disagree with critics. But I'm also the guy who I will sit down and I will watch and absolutely enjoy crappy sci-fi movies. And I will tell you that they are bad, but there's usually something good about them that just makes them incredibly enjoyable. Um, but I mean, it's one of those things of everyone's going to have a different opinion. There's nothing wrong with that. But I mean, well, their writers have the same issue DC Comics does, which is, as far as I can tell, none of their writers talk to each other. So they just write shit. And it's the worst shit. It's just like, okay, so this contradicts this and that, and so, we've got to go through and reset the entire timeline so we can fix this bullshit we did 10 years ago. Okay. Uh, Better idea would have been to have not done something that stupid or have left it sitting around that long. There were other things you possibly could have done to correct this without having to reset storylines. Ishtola tells me you are pursuing a most fascinating study and that you want me to be part of it. I have no doubt you will be interested. This research log should speak for itself. Will it now? By the sisters, this is the mark of House Samir. I never even knew such a work existed. Few should. It was sequestered in Numenon's restricted archives, after all. It was, but that means that every word within is forbidden knowledge. A forbidden tome filled with forbidden research, and you put it right into my unsuspecting hand? I can hardly wait to read it. The way you're making it sound, you are almost wanting to just go away. To think that Demir were developing such marvelous techniques so long ago. How many innovations have been lost over the centuries, I wonder. Now that you've glanced over the notes, what say you to helping us build a new mock Atmos? I say yes, 1,000 times yes. Work on a Demir project that had even the redoubtable scholars Australian trembling in their sandals? No alchemist of the great work could resist. You are a woman after my own heart. Oh, I suppose I should ask, what do you mean to do with this big-mouthed simulacrum once you've built it? So there's a secret void gate and sealed in the ruins at the bottom of the bounty. Today is a day of revelations indeed. If the purpose of our main Atomos is to expand this hidden portal, then I will need to see it for myself, I think. Manipulating rift-spanning apertures is not the sort of thing you want to attempt without first taking into account every single factor. Then by all means, accompany us to the vault. I plan to lead us back there shortly, once we finish gathering the components I require. Charlene's markets provided the raw aquamarine and pure water crystals. For such a liquid, you would need to go no further than the font of Maya. The aesthetics of old once favored the place for their meditations, and the water which pools there is known to enliven the flow of ether. That sounds perfect. If you would be so kind as to fill a flask at the pool, I will petition Vertra to join us. The idea I have in mind won't amount to much without his authority to command the Void Gate. Shall we be about it then? We meet back here anon? Okay. No, because I don't have flight here, so that's... I keep forgetting that on this that I don't have flight on any of the areas yet on my characters. Because I've spent so much time just concentrating on doing the main story quests. Granted, I've still been making all the other quests and such into content for YouTube and Facebook, but as little uh, VODs and but there's just an absolute shit ton of quests to do. And only so much time in what you do all of it in. But how have you been, Daryl? Do you have that flask for me? Yeah, this game was. I actually played for like a couple days on the original Final Fantasy 14. And storyline wise, they didn't really rework everything, or well, much of anything. They just kind of, in a sense, made it not matter. Um, I'd actually decided to try and come back to the game, only to find that when I tried to get onto the servers, just like 2 days prior was when they shut them down to start working on ARR. I was like, oh, okay. Well, back to playing more Lotro. Because I'd started to get burnt out again on Lotro. By that point in time, I'd been playing Lotro for, oh, 5 or 6 years by that point. I mean, it's hard to go and play that much of a single MMO and not at times get a little burnt out from it. I mean, especially if you're playing it daily, which that's what I was doing, and that's partially MMOs are partially why I have such a large unplayed uh, single player game library. Yes, this should suffice. Thank you. You've been playing this since release of Heavensward. I came back with the open beta for Realm Reborn, and I've been playing it ever since. But because I never actually subscribed or played for very long after during the original, I didn't get like the cool tattoo or get any credit, or unfortunately, because like I said, I only played for a couple days. So I've still got the collector's edition of the original Final Fantasy 14 laying about somewhere. I don't know where I put that box, but it's here. Probably in a box in a closet. Stola is eager to depart for the vault. Look who I came across. The Scythians seem in need of diversion, and we in turn may have need of his lance. You own the original PS3 ARR disc. Um, I didn't get it on PS3, mainly just because I couldn't find a copy of it on such. I bought it for PC, and that's where I've always. I think I bought a couple of had to buy a couple of the collector's editions on for PS4 because I just couldn't get uh, order them any other way because they were already bought out. Right then, now that our little party is assembled, let us make our way to the ruins. Will we have need of Matsuya's boat again? Not this time. Once Ishtola informed me of our destination, I arranged for a vessel to be made ready at Akyali. Your Excellency, ever the gracious host, shall we? I mean, it's always nice when I can go to GameStop and find these little gems that I absolutely love, but for the most part, anymore, I go to actual more mom and pop shops if I'm buying like physical copies of games. Mom and pop shops and Amazon. I do a lot of digital buying, but I also do some physical. It depends on the game. There are some games where because they're on like PS2 or PS1, so on and so forth, they only have physical versions. And I mean, they're games that I do plan on streaming at some point. I don't know what Green Man Gaming or G2S is, but I do get a lot of games off Humble Bundle. Um, in fact, I give some of the keys away in my Discord just because it's like I already own this game. The ship is yours to command. Our thanks. We set sail at once. Oh, this is so exciting! Alzadal's legacy to see the truth of a legend with mine own eyes. All aboard for the treasure vault. And I know that not everyone can afford Humble Bundle or games, so it's like kind of nice to be able to uh, kind of give those out to some of my viewers. I'm gonna guess that's Monster Hunter World with DLC for 28 bucks. Which makes me think GTS is that one website I remember that uh, that's questionably on the more questionable side of legality. If I remember correctly, there's a couple of pending court cases that would actually determine the actual legality of G2S. That sounded acutely giddy of her, which is very much out of character. Not saying G2S, it's G2A. Regardless, I know there was a website, and I think if it's the one I'm thinking it is. And the reason that it's considered to be questionably legal is because technically the keys that you're buying, they're what you're actually buying is a digital license and not the game itself. And generally, if you look through the terms of service and everything, you're not legally allowed to transfer the license. Which is why a lot of developers have been railing and actually some have been posting and trying to legally end G2A. Because if I remember correctly, that's the website where people are privately reselling uh, digital keys for various games. I can't remember what game it was, but there was a developer who put out a game, and more keys were out there than they'd actually sold because of G2A and key hack crackers. Because G2A, if I'm like I said, is private sales, so it doesn't go through a retailer who buys the keys off the developer. Thus, why it's usually cheaper. So the devs got no money out of that. Why is Streamlabs having so much issues today? Well, yes, because then you also have the retailer who has to take their cut. You've got the distribution company, because usually most companies don't do their own distribution. They get their cut. Usually between those two, that's 40%. And then overall, everything else is then broken down into cost versus profit. Depends on the distribution contract. Add price of inflation as of now. I mean, honestly, inflation barely even does a dent into why a new PS5 game is $70. But they're trying. That's why almost every game is trying more to be a live service game, because it costs a lot more to make games nowadays than it did uh, 20 or 30 years ago. I mean, if you look at the cost it takes to make a game in comparison, even with inflation, to say PS5 game now to a AAA PS5 game now to a AAA SNES game back in the early 90s. Even if you add in inflation to the cost to make the SNES game, you still don't even come close to the cost it takes to make a AAA PS5 title now. And a lot of those AAA games on SNES originally cost uh, some of them were $80. Some of them were 70s. The prices are a little bit all over the place. But they didn't have anywhere near the cost that they do now to make. And so that's why you're out of game design, so you got VA disabled. I mean, if you actually look at it from if you're an investor looking at a game company, looking at inflation, looking at the amount of time a game is usually played versus the cost. So say I think the last movie I went and saw, and most of the time has been usually about $13 a ticket. That's for 2 hours of entertainment. Spend, let's just go with $70 now for a game that I'll spend. Say it's an RPG. That's usually going to mean I'm going to spend 40 to 50 hours on it. From an investor standpoint, that is a bad, bad call for that company to be making that 40 to 50 hour game to be sold for so little amount of money. And when you compare it to uh, what it cost to make games back in the day to now, the production cost is far, far greater. So, I mean, even staying at $70 a game, it's actually, logically, when you think about it, is insane that the prices have stayed so steady for so goddamn long. Shola ponders the next stage of your preparations to enter the void. Once Nidhana succeeds in replicating the Mach Atomos, this door into the 13th will be ours to open. Will you be crossing the threshold alongside us? I realize this is more my endeavor than yours. To be honest, I've no interest in visiting the void myself. Might we discuss this later? There's something I must do first. Why does everyone insist on being so secretive? I at least have good reason for not wanting to explain my Nixie ritual. Shall we proceed with our other preparations then? As we saw, the warding skill can be effective at protecting the bearer from other sources of etheric corruption. Nevertheless, the talisman's durability will need to be improved if it is to withstand the void's influence for a prolonged length of time. And I think that this is a problem we can address without involving the brilliant but busy alchemists who create it. Who do we know who excels at this kind of structural augmentation? An excellent suggestion. As I recall, Sid himself is no stranger to the void and its volatile energies. With his experienced hand at the helm, I have every confidence that the ironworks can strengthen the warding scale. Come, let us visit their operation in Ralgar's Reach and commission their best and brightest. But to be honest, I'm one of those really weird people that I've been calling actually that they should be raising the prices of games and the consoles for a while. Just because I know consoles are basically sort of lost, usually almost for their entire lifespan. Just because so much went into the research and development and costs of production. That's why it's like I'm not surprised Sony raised the price of the PS5. It's it's simple economics. What brings you to the ironworks? We have a commission for you, and your president, actually, assuming he's available. Master Sid, certainly. I'll see if he has the moment free. A pleasure as always. I hear you have a job for us. Heading to the void to find a lost dragon. That sounds almost pedestrian compared to your last adventure. Honestly, I don't know if you could say anything, but you would that would anything that I would anything that would surprise me after Medion and that bloody mess. All right, let's take a look at this talisman of yours. You said there were signs of degradation. It seems some manner of corrosion has set in around the scratch on its surface. Much of the void's corruption seeped into Nero through his wounds, in which case our best bet may be to simply prevent the scale from being damaged in the first place. And how might we achieve that? We have a coating agent for strengthening trinkets and the like, but I'd be wary of applying any compound which might upset the scale's delicate alchemical balance. Far safer to dress it in armor. We'll construct a protective casing, one utilizing metal alloys with high ethereal conductivity, so as not to impede the talisman's primary function. A suit of armor, as you said. Nero has compiled data on the 13th, so I'll have him pitch in with the design just to be sure. If only it weren't such an ordeal to convince him to follow our safety protocols. In any case, we may need some time to untangle the particulars. Understandable. We know how busy your schedule is, and the final result will doubtless be worth the wait. Ah, the hard part will be ducking Jessie and her constant barrage of demands while we sneak about doing the fun stuff. We'll see what we can do. I think we can leave the rest in Sid's capable hands. Let's return to the great work and see how Nidhana is getting on with the Maka Tamos.
Well, hopefully we can still make that happen. No? It's nice that they care. Yep, you are.
You surprise me, Asinian. For a lone wolf, you've shown an unusual degree of, shall we say, involvement in helping Viertrid reach this conclusion. 'Twas for the greater good. The war's thundering sighs were keeping the citizens awake at night. And yet Trevor's believing the palace racked by some unnatural storm. Whatever your own answer, then? You seem disinclined to venture into the void. When I was one with Nidhogg, his vengeful thoughts were my thoughts, his endless rage, my rage, and the soul-chilling grief he nursed for Radataskar's death. I would not wish such agony upon a foe, let alone a friend and ally. If there is a chance we can spare Viertra that pain, then I will follow you. Anyone else we should call upon? I'd rather not bother our karmas without less than a dire threat to the star. We four should be sufficient for our purpose. Now on to specifics. Unlike the first, where the flood of light was hauled before its devastation was complete, the 13th has been utterly subsumed by darkness. My plan as such is to explore the void in stages, withdrawing to safety after each brief foray. 'Twould be more convenient had we some manner of base camp nearer to the gate itself. One of the palace chambers should serve. Come, let us reconvene outside Megaduda. And so, we will require suitable accommodations. Might we make something available for our guests? All the chambers are presently hosting the great mounds of treasure we carried out of the vault. Once Foundation's activities begin in earnest, however, we can redistribute the trove and make a room or two ready for habitation. Good, please inform me when you've completed the arrangements. As you heard, we will have you settle in Megaduda in due time. As ever, you are most gracious, Your Excellency. You risk yourselves to aid me in my search for Azdia. Providing comfortable quarters is the least I can do. I only wish we knew more about our destination. The gods only know how long our explorations might possibly take, or what our chances of success might possibly be. Succeed or fail, I am grateful to you for convincing me to make the attempt. On that note, I'll return to the great work and lend what help I can to Nidhana. If you've preparations to make ere we venture into the 13th, now is the time. All I need is my armor and my lance. Perhaps I'll train with the Radiant Host to pass the time before we depart. You know what this means to me, but my purpose need not consume you as well. We are headed to another world. Find what joy you can in the experience, for you are a traveler, an adventurer at heart. This I know. Since whenever I get to here, it just Streamlabs just crashes out.
I really do need to. Okay. Well, that was 6.1. Don't have enough time to stream 6.2. So, welcome to Illusion Box Gaming. We're going to go start our island sanctuary. That's what we shall do. Seeking Sanctuary. Good morrow to you, my lady. Come to see Tataru Taru's boutique in the flesh, no doubt. Might I interest you in one of our world-famous silk socks? They're so comfortable you won't even realize you're wearing them. What's that? You're an acquaintance of the proprietress? Heavens, you're the... Mr. Tataru has told me all about you. Come to think of it, I was to inform her immediately if you happened to stop by. Please wait a moment, I'll go fetch her immediately. There you are. Sorry to have kept you waiting. Business is booming. I can hardly keep up. Not that I'm complaining. It feels as if only yesterday I was welcoming you as my first customer. Let us look. Yet look at us now. But I'm sure you're wondering why I wish to speak with you. I have a surprise for you. A gift, in fact. A gorgeous, exclusive, and above all, properly registered Island Sanctuary. You heard that right. I, Tataru Taru, am presenting you with your very own island. I know you'll be tempted to demur with "Are you certain?" or "You're far too kind." Quite certain, yes, I know, but I hope you can accept this gift in the spirit of friendship. I've seen the weight of... son of a... You rose to become the champion of Eorzea, now a hero known across the star and beyond. There's very few places where you might be free of duty and expectation. As I considered where you might find such an oasis, an idea washed over me like an oncoming tide. The sea, in an island paradise with naught but the serenity of nature for moms, even you should be free to relax. So what do you say? Yes? 1,000 times yes? What are we waiting for? Toss me in the hold and set sail. Let's go. Let's go, let's go, let's go. It's good to know we're of the same mind. Truly, there is no time like the present to be on our way. We make for the Morby dry docks. Look for Balden, a skipper near the 8th rate. He should be expecting us. Illusion, are ye? The little mistress told me to expect ye. Said she'd be long shortly herself, but I spick of the devil. I thought I'd dress light for our voyage, given the notorious humidity of the southern isles. I trust everything is in order, Bolden? Aye, just give me a holler when you're ready to set sail. You've nothing to fear where you're going, not since any marauder with an ounce of sense and them hung up their axe. The sole island sanctuary business came about from the admiral reckoning we need something to do now piracy's off the table. Matter of fact, just look at me, a bloody stand-up citizen ferrying folks around. Anyway, you're packed rather light for an adventure of this sort. You do realize you're responsible for bringing your own tools and supplies. Not to worry, we'll procure everything there. You'll what now? How in the hell do you plan to do that? Oh, I have a little something in mind. Let's just say the idea was good enough to land us our permit. Is that so? Well, best of luck to you both. I'm sure you were just itching to see your new domain, so I'll fill you in on all the juicy details once we arrive. Make your preparations. We'll leave port the moment you give the word. I'll be waiting for you on the ferry. Where can I take ye? See what this looks like. Look towards the horizon. Beautiful, isn't it? Ah, there's nothing like a sea voyage to rekindle the adventuring spirit. So what do you think? This untamed isle is yours to cultivate as you see fit, or not, as it were? If nothing else, think of it as your personal hideaway, a not-so-secret one. The refreshing caress of the wind, the soothing whisper of the waves, how liberating, I admit it. I admit I've been looking forward to joining you there, or you here. Now this may come as a bit of a surprise, but the isle was once commandeered by a band of pirates and used as a supply base. Fortunately for us, the group disbanded years ago, and now has since largely returned to its natural state. As you know all too well, Merweb's never been one to sit around idly. She's had her eyes on the Citadales, formulating plans for island settlements for years. Now that a sense of peace has settled throughout the realm, she finally decided to put those plans in motion. A chosen few have been permitted to become keepers of private islands in the vast archipelago, and you're one of them. My industrious idea of procuring all materials needs to settle here locally struck a chord with the Admiral. When she read my proposal, so much so that she was happy to grant me a deed. Oh, I can show you a thing or two about starting an enterprise of this magnitude, but I have something better in mind. I shall happily introduce you in just a moment, but you'll need to follow me toward the charming little clearing I've designated as your base of operations. If we simply clamber up that slope ahead and proceed along the path, we should soon bump into Well, you'll see. Felicitatious furball. Let me introduce you to the Felicitatious Furball, the leader of your team of helpers. Well, 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 if it isn't the owner herself, it shall be my pleasure to advise you whether you desire it or not. Oh, yes, I think we'll get along just fine. In addition to our feline friend here, I took the liberty of preparing a variety of other mammoths to assist with the construction and development of the Isle. You'll be pleased to know that they are the latest, greatest models developed by one of the most brilliant minds in Charlian. I heard that Professor the Studium was searching for a means to make use of his advanced automata. To make a long story short, I made him an offer he couldn't refuse. I managed to acquire all of them for the unbeatable price of free. As I understand, the mammoths were produced in secret whilst the Forum formulated plans for the mass exodus, intended to be used as laborers on distant stars to help in constructing a new home for the people of Aetheris. It seems all reason for their existence vanished when the threat to our star was erased. As you can imagine, the professor was quite conflicted over what to do with the remains of what may well have been his life's work. But after some negotiation, I convinced him to trust them to us on the condition we share the data retrieved from the development on the Isle. Further, while I know it sounds like an ordeal and a half to procure all necessities from the land itself, there is ample practical justification for such experimentation. You see, the Admiral's vision is for people from all walks of life to have access to these island sanctuaries, and my idea might just be the most effective way to accomplish that. If one has the capital at hand to purchase materials and equipment needed for such a bold endeavor, it is simply a matter of subsist safely and comfortably in a remote location. But that limits potential Isle keeps to a paltry few. What of those without such funds, who simply wish to enjoy nature and live off the land? We must prove that such a feat is possible and assist in providing these would-be Isle keeps with knowledge they need to succeed. Only then will these islands truly be sanctuaries. Fret not, Mr. Sataru, with authentic Charlian ingenuity and know-how at my claw tips, this simple-minded individual, despite the enhancements to vocal organ design, the mechanism still gets stuck from time to time. Goodness, that's a relief. I should have leave you to get properly acquainted. I'll return to see the fruit of your partnership when they're ripe for the picking. For now, enjoy your own personal paradise. Cultivate land or explore, the choice is yours. Yes, yes, welcome to the island. Give the word when you finish ogling the surroundings. I'd prefer to get on with the sorted business sooner than later. I should also very much like to discuss the matter of my payment. What's this? Swim near your home in Southern Sea, your personal island sanctuary. Now listen, may I call you Illusion? Well, I will anyway. Before we get started, I want to make it very clear that, while you may be the owner, I command the mammoths, and as such, I demand a considerable sum. I would hate for us to get off on the wrong foot. With that said, beyond this slope lies a clearing that Mr. Starr believed would serve well as a base of operations. Let's give it a look, shall we? The music sounds like near a ripoff of Stardew Valley. Think enough of the melody and harmonies changed enough. But a fine place to set up shop, would you not agree? Yes, I think it will do nicely. Now, while it has much potential, this clearing is currently as bare as a white baboon's buttocks. We'll need some form of shelter from the elements if we're to truly make something of the place. Mr. Satoru has told me of your exploits, but I think it is safe to assume chopping down a tree with your bare hands is outside of your repertoire. I'd ask you to even if you could. We need tools for delicate work of this nature. As such, the first order of business will be to craft yourself a hatchet. You'll need 3 palm leaves and 2 stones and branches each. Follow east along the path and make your first foray into the wilderness. Procure them. Should you get any funny ideas about exploring the isle and opt to leave me out here to waste in the rain, you'll find my twin, the furious furball, waiting here for you instead. Before you go, I have something for you. It's called the Owlkeep's Index. It's to help you keep track of your projects here on the island. Can't have you running about watering mammoths instead of plants. That should be all for now. Safe travels. I'll be waiting here should you need me. If I've disappeared, it's because I've been mauled by a wild animal. I assure you. What's up here? Ooh, this looks like it might have some nice views. Maybe it wasn't all gray, cloudy skies. Why not have sprint set to a toggle? It's a 20-second duration. We need 3 leaves, 2 stones, and 2 branches. Well, that's 1 leaf. Pumpkin seeds. Not what we needed, but... we'll gather them anyways. Because that's just what I do. Two leaf. 3 leaf. Or no, that's an island branch. That's a vine. Well, that's my branches taken care of. Sand. Still have all my branches taken care of. There, that gives me all my leaves, so I just need one more stone. What's this going to give me? Vine. Hmm. We might have to call it a night here soon. Thunder and lightning is outside and it's getting worse, it sounds like. Okay. Excellent. You've collected everything. We can move on to crafting your very first tool. Then, a hatchet. While you were out there gathering, you could do little more than capture the odd branch here and there from trees, yes? Well, that'll all change in just a moment. The hatchet in hand, you may hack away as many trees as you like to secure raw timber and tree sap. The brilliance of the hatchet's design, a design of my own making, mind you, is that even a non-mammoth like yourself can craft it with your own two non-mammoth hands. Isn't that wonderful? I've uploaded the blueprints for the design to your index. Go on, make the hatchet. Yes, that is indeed a hatchet. With it, you can now collect all the logs you could ever want or need. Let's move on to the next phase, shelter. The hatchet of yours should cut through even the thick bark of a palm tree, meaning you can now collect palm logs, the material vital to our soon-to-be-built haven. The first building we make shall naturally be the most important, as it will be the very foundation of our base of operations. Seeing as I have a gift for naming things, I think it best we leave matters of nomenclature to myself. I hereby dub this essential facility the Cozy Cabin. My poor back. Goodness, I'm due for a healthy amount of grease after that ordeal. Anyway, I've prepared the island. You'll need to prepare the rest. Check the logboard beside me to review the materials you need for the cabin. As we're building a cabin this time, not a tool, the amount of materials required are a magnitude above what we needed before. Take your time collecting them, if you must, but not too much. In the meanwhile, I'll round up the other mammoths in preparation for constructing the cabin and begin ordering them around. You know what I do best. Okay, so we need 10 palm logs. Ten palm logs, 10 leaves, and 5 more stone. And awesome, you okay. I like this place even better now. Like, oh, I can do this while waiting on queues for things and just kind of chill and relax in here. Nice. They did this smart. Nope, didn't change anything about that. Island vine and island apple. This new item, I had to see what it was. Isle wart, that's an odd thing. Some cabbage seeds. Different types of logs, which means we'll have different things will need different types. Okay.
Don't like the fact that the music stopped. That's kind of annoying. Yeah, return back to the cozy sanctuary. That's where we need to go. Construct the cozy little cabin. I don't think that's a cabin. That's something else. There's an actual term for this construction style, and cabin is not it. And I can't think of the name for it. Finally, a place to escape the occasional downpour. It's a bit rough around the edges, I'll give you, but it's home. It's technically your home. But why get fussy about the details? Rest your head on the cot or call your friends over. You're free to use it as you wish. I've taken the liberty of calling a few of my own friends over. In fact, and I think you'll find them most charming. They can provide services you'll undoubtedly come to find valuable. Some pets. So some stuff that I want. But I think that's it because I need to go.